Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at Arkhip Kuindzhi and this incredible, beautiful painting, Red Sunset on the Dnipro from 1905. It's his last masterpiece before he passed away just a few years after this. One of the greatest Ukrainian artists of all time, one of the masters of this kind of luminous, bright, intense energy, a painting that almost seems to glow from within. And if this sort of looks a little bit familiar, it's because for a time he was a student of another great Ukrainian artist, Ivan Ivazovsky. In this painting we did probably 2 years ago. So, I'm a fan of this work here, but it wasn't until a friend of mine sent me this particular image that I was like, just a few weeks ago, like, oh man, that is so beautiful. I love that sunset. And then when I found out, oh, it's a Ukrainian artist. Oh, it's an artist I already know. And I've been thinking about, how come I missed this piece? We're going to look at more of his work, some other ones that I also love that I thought maybe less appropriate for our class, but because they're so complicated. But I think we can do this. So let's just sort of look at the scale of difficulty for this particular painting here. This is definitely not one of our beginner paintings, nor a novice. I would say, though, if you're an intermediate artist, you should be able to tackle this. I mean, you could try it if you're a beginner or novice, just have very low expectations. But I think an intermediate artist should be able to do a reasonable job at this. I think certainly, if you're an advanced artist, this should be something that you're going to want to try. And if you're an expert like Kuindzhi, then maybe this would be very easy for you to do. But again, consider that this is one of the great paintings, landscape paintings, as far as I'm concerned, of all time. It rests in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City, where you can see it today if you like. So before we do that too, before we start painting this painting, let's just talk about the plan for today. We're going to talk about the materials needed to make this painting. We're going to do the image transfer. We're going to stain it. We're going to talk about Kuindzhi's biography. Then we're going to underpainting. Maybe, no, I don't think so. We're going to spend a little bit of time in the background trying to get that beautiful sky. So if you've wanted to learn a little bit about how to blend acrylic paint, this is going to be an episode for you. There is a lot of the foreground of this painting is pretty dark, but there's still detail in there. So we're going to build a little bit of that up and then progressively darken it back. I'm not going to give an estimate for time, because every time I give an estimate for time, it tends to be twice as long as I expect. So maybe I'll say 20 minutes. We'll be doing the side-by-side comparison in 20 minutes, and then that should probably be, that means we'll be done here in about 8 hours. Hopefully not. And of course, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, as well as if you want to help the channel out with a small donation, as little as $1, $5, the price of a cup of coffee. If you found any of this interesting, informative, if it maybe helps you sleep. I see a few people talking about it being 4 in the morning on the other side of the planet. Maybe that's worth, if I can help you sleep, that might be worth more than learning how to paint. I don't know. So, let's go into, everyone's in bed. Pascaline's in bed too. So, let's talk about our first little step here and the materials required to do a painting like this. Again, I've talked pretty extensively about this in previous episodes, but knowing that this might be the first time you've ever seen me or my channel or anything like this before, here's just a quick little list. There is a link in the description below for a Dropbox folder, and at the very first folder in that Dropbox folder, because there's like 200 folders in there, is a list of supplies and basic materials, so you can just print that out. But we'll go through this here. The main thing I want to kind of point out is, well, for instance, having a little bit of cleaning supplies on hand, some rags to help, especially in a painting like this, where you may get a little bit frustrated if you're trying to do some blending, and if you want to kind of wipe it all away and start from scratch, you might want to have a few torn rags, old towels available on hand to help with that process. We're going to use a split primary palette, which means there's 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues. I love this system. I've done this for all, 340 painting classes we've done over the last 3 years. So I think we can basically paint almost about 90% of all the colors that the human eye can see. There are more that are super saturated, like fluorescent colors that we can't do. But how often do you use those? Right? And gold and silver, those metallic iridescent colors we can't do. But again, how often are you going to do those? And the reason I also like this is we can make our own black paint, and we'll use this recipe for the bottom third or so of this painting. So although if you do have black paint and you find it difficult to mix this, then I can understand. Now, the reason why I like using this split primary method is it really emphasizes color temperature as a way to help organize the colors and where they go in the painting, so you can determine out of these 6 colors plus white what color you're going to use when you're looking at your palette. That can be really tricky if you're just beginning. And so warm colors, because we have 3 warm colors, a red, yellow, and blue that are warm, those colors appear to advance, and cool colors appear to recede. Oh, and sometimes they also make things rotate. So, and so obviously if you want something to advance, that's probably your foreground, and your cool colors go in the background, right? So you get that great depth that artists like Kuindzhi is so famous for, right? These landscapes that just seem to go on forever, right? So in terms of the paint that we're going to use this brand that I like. Again, I'm not sponsored, not paid. No one's ever given me any free supplies for the entire length of this course. But I do find that this is I've been using this paint for all of these sessions. This Amsterdam brand, it works really well. It's about $12 to $17 depending on where you're buying from and what country. And you can certainly buy more expensive paints. So these are the Amsterdam paints I would suggest you buy. That's literally what I'm going to be using here. But if you want to spend more money on maybe a higher quality paint that you probably won't notice the difference of, here's Golden. You can buy a paint tube about that big for about $30. So you could see about 3 times the price for about a quarter of the paint. Then I'm just going to go through here really quickly looking at a bunch of different brands. Again, all of this is listed in the handout on the Dropbox folder, in the first folder at the top of that list. So you can print this out, take it to your local art supply store, support your local art supply store. You can buy some of these on Amazon. I use Amazon Prime for all sorts of stuff, but you'd be surprised. A tube of paint like this usually costs about $25, $30. So you can get it for less than half price if you do shop around. Obviously, it's the convenience of getting something delivered, depending on how much your delivery prices are. So again, all of this is in the handout. One thing I want to point out is 2 brands that I've used personally, because I haven't used all those paints. So that's just looking at each website of each of those brands to try to deduce which one works best. But these ones definitely do not work well. because they put a lot of titanium white as a filler in the paint. Most paint companies do that anyway, or less expensive ones. Probably Golden does not, or has a little bit. But these ones put an excessive amount, a Peebo and museum color, and that's why I discourage you from using them. Even if they came to me and asked for a sponsorship or whatever, I just wouldn't be able to do what we're doing here. So anyway, so those are the materials required. Let's now talk about getting an image on the canvas here. So if you click on, or actually let's just take a look really quickly here. So to get this image, we could just sketch it out onto the canvas. It's not overly complex in terms of composition. You got this big cloud in the middle and the sun in the center, and then kind of, you know, the horizon with some water reflecting. Looks like there's maybe that's some kind of peninsula on the side here, and then the kind of beach in the foreground. So, you know, you could probably sketch that out relatively straightforward. If you find drawing difficult, you can take my free drawing course here on YouTube. There is, you know, millions of, well, yeah, I mean, millions of views of that. So you might find it interesting, helpful to do that course. But that's, if you want to speed this up, you can use the free outline that I've created here. You can download it from the Dropbox. So let me show you where that is. So just a quick little shout out to the Facebook group. Join the Facebook group and upload whatever you've been working on, paintings or drawings, to the Facebook group. In a few weeks, I'm going to go through this and give free feedback to whatever's on here, whether it be in the class or outside of the class. So then you've got the Dropbox folder here. Again, at the very top, this is your art supply guide I mentioned a few moments ago. The first exercises to get you started to learn the basics of acrylic painting. The next, I don't know, 100 folders here that begin with the letters. These ones are easier. I wouldn't say they're you know, but they're good for a beginner painter. And so you can look around through here, find something you might find a little bit easier. And then if you want to challenge yourself with a bit more intermediate or advanced paintings, you could try this. And I've put this, our painting today, at the very end of the list here of our more complex paintings. So you'll see that there's the original painting plus 2 versions of the outline. So let's print this out. Okay, perfect. Great printer. Okay, so I'm going to take my outline that I've just printed on my imaginary inkjet printer that came out of my belly, and I'm going to put this painting onto a 9x12 sized canvas panel here. And I love this particular brand. Again, not sponsored, not paid by anybody. There is a link for an Amazon. These are actually good price on Amazon. They come out to about $2 a piece. Buy 12 for 24 bucks Canadian. I take them out of the plastic. I give them a gentle sanding with some 100 grit sandpaper to take off some of the texture. You don't want to over sand it. And then I apply some white acrylic gesso. That's what I keep flipping back. I don't know if you can see these little drips, because I painted on there and I put it on some blocks, cups, 2x4s. Just let it drip off onto some newsprint on the floor of my studio here. Overnight, let it dry, and then in the morning I come back and sand it. Looks like a little stain there. I'm not sure where that came from, but we're going to paint over the whole thing anyway, so it doesn't really matter how pretty this looks. In terms of, you know, you could do this on a relatively rough surface. It could be a little bit tricky to do these kinds of blending effects we're going to do today, though, on a rougher canvas. So that's why, you know, I strongly encourage you to get a can or jug of gesso. Like, where's my gesso? Is this gesso? Okay, like, I can't quite reach it. It's in behind. But I got to... So this is matte medium but this is what gesso often looks like. You can buy smaller things of gesso like this. It's basically white paint with plaster powder in it. And you just brush it over the surface. Again, in one of the early videos in this playlist, I show exactly how to gesso canvases. So I'm not going to go through all that right now, but you know, I just think having a smoother surface for me personally makes life easier, because I always make the comparison to buttering a waffle versus buttering a pancake. And if you've ever tried to butter a waffle, you know how much butter you need, versus buttering a pancake. It goes on very smooth and you don't need much butter. So then you feel justified in having lots of pancakes, right? Which is how I feel. I'm like, well, I didn't put as much butter on my pancakes as I would have put on my my waffles. So that probably means I could eat probably 20 pancakes instead of 2 waffles. Actually, just before I do this, oh, that is definitely crooked. Okay, let's change that. I'm glad I checked. Let's try this again. Huh. I forgot that I had done the cloud. Good thing this is relatively simple here. Clearly, I have a difficulty talking and making art at the same time. So it looks, I think this is going to be just slightly skewed to one side. You know, it's like when I'm walking around town and if I have to spit that chewing gum out, because as soon as I put chewing gum in my mouth while I'm walking, I just trip over my laces. I have to sit down every time I put gum in my mouth. Can't do 2 things at once, apparently. And I did see like a ton of comments in the chat there. You guys are pretty active already. So I'll get to that here momentarily. Good to see so many different faces, familiar names and stuff. I'm going to probably leave a bit of this without so many lines because I'm probably going to be a little bit transparent. But I think that's good enough. Oh, sorry, this is, I didn't mention that this is carbon paper that I just used here to do the image transfer. Or actually, this is graphite paper. This is, you can buy this kind of thing online. You can even buy white graphite paper. Or here's white charcoal paper, white graphite paper. I think I bought the graphite paper here from a local fabric store, because often people who are transferring patterns from clothes onto fabric will use carbon or graphite paper to do that, to transfer a pattern onto fabric before they cut and sew. So this is what the carbon graphite paper that I was just using looks like. It comes in a pack of, I think, like, how many sheets? 100 sheets for like 12 bucks. And there is a link to this in the description below. If you get fed up of me talking about all these kind of basic materials and stuff, feel free to skip ahead. It doesn't bother me. That's why I do the chapter timestamps down below. You can just skip ahead, and I know some people do that. So that's one way to, because I know some people, I get comments that I'm a little bit too talkative about things, or I repeat myself. So Another thing that you can always do is you could put the video on double speed, or 1.25 speed. Well, after it's aired, because that would be impossible to do while I'm live, because then you would see what it looks like before I'm actually finished. But anyway, let's do the next step here. Oh, wow, look at all these comments. So I just want to acknowledge everyone who's just watching here. There's Pascaline. Kadia says, hi. Hi, Kadia. Sangeet's there. CFS still strong. What does that mean? Sangeet, it says it's 4 in the morning. It's Pascaline says it's just past midnight. Perfect for those of you who are, well, I guess it's a little bit past sunset. It's a little almost sunrise for many of you. And there's Barbara. Nice to see you, Barbara. Barbara's watching in bed. Pascaline does some sketching while not feeling well. That's a great way. I mean, a great inspiration for that would be Frida Kahlo did many of her best works laying in bed. She spent a lot of her, towards the end of her life, laying in bed. Another artist who did a lot of work while in bed is Henri Matisse. A lot of those cutouts he did while either sitting in a wheelchair or in bed. Sounds like there's probably a good book of artists who made work in bed. Brian Wilson stayed in bed for a decade. He had a piano in a sandbox for a while. I was talking about the Aurora Borealis. That was something that just happened here on the West Coast a couple days ago. Juju says, Michael, is it possible to mix warm and cool colors in the same section of the painting? For example, a warm and cool yellow. Absolutely. Yeah. Let's just do a quick little... So, for instance, there are yellows in between my warm yellow and cool yellow. And so, if we were wanting to kind of bridge that gap, we just mix those two together. Same thing with our reds and blues. You know, probably one of the most common blues is cobalt blue, which is close to being in between here. It's one of those like lukewarm colors that some people would even call a primary color. It'd be like, why would I get these two blues and I could just get cobalt? It's right in the middle. Well, because that's going to limit the intensity of these colors, right? Because basically when I chose all these colors, I deliberately chose, it doesn't maybe appear this way on here, but let's say a warm red that about is as warm as possible before it turns into what we might consider orange. Same thing, my cool red, I chose a cool red that is, you know, its magenta is just on the verge of becoming purple. And same thing with our warm blue. You know, the warm blue, when you look at it, especially in comparison to your cool blue, it already starts to feel like it's going to become purple, and it does with just a tiny bit of cool red. They change and activate, so they mix really well. But yeah, there are definitely colors that exist in between the warm and cool colors for sure. And, you know, a question similar to this came up in my painting class that I was teaching yesterday, and someone, you know, asked, well, what happens if you're painting a portrait of somebody and in the photograph they're wearing a bright, cool yellow t-shirt? It doesn't seem to make sense to paint it a warm yellow, and I agree 100%. You can put that warm yellow on there, or sorry, the cool yellow, to paint that cool yellow t-shirt, even though it's in the foreground. We may want to use some warmer colors, though, in parts of the shadows, or even in some of the highlights, potentially. But yeah, there's nothing, I want to be careful that they're not rules, they're just guidelines. And we've talked about some artists. I was just looking at my, where did I put it? Edvard Munch painting of The Scream. What's notable about that painting is, at least in one of the versions of that painting, he flipped the script. So he's got the cool colors in the foreground, warm colors in the background, specifically to elicit a bit, I think anyway, an anxiety in the viewer where they're like, oh, why do I feel so confused or odd when I look at this painting? It's because he's deliberately inverted those warm and cool color relationships. So, you can play with these colors, but I think, as you've seen over the course of the last 3+ years of doing these episodes, that when we use this technique, miraculously we can recreate all of these famous paintings, because artists throughout history, at least in the West, have used these strategies to create depth in their painting. So while there are exceptions, following these concepts certainly helps, especially when you're beginning. I hope that was the answer to your question, Judith. And I know that you've been painting with me for years, so maybe I didn't quite understand the question there. And I apologize. Oh, Juice says, sorry, I don't mean mix them together, just use them. Yeah. How does... Let me just see if I think I got that, right? Did I... Feel free to ask again, or more specifically, if I got it wrong there. My apologies, Judith, if I did. Where are we next here? Things keep popping in the chat. Pascaline says, Michael, question. I have a sketchbook that stinks of old book. Maybe the room was humid where it was. Any suggestions to get rid of the smell? Well, good question. It depends. Some people like the smell of old books. Like, it depends. Is it actually the smell of old books, or is it the smell of mildew or mold? In which case, I don't know. Maybe if you put it in a container or something with mothballs, maybe... I mean, I honestly don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's probably... You're probably not the first person to encounter that. There must be, I bet you if you go to a used bookstore and ask them that question, they might be able to tell you, because they might deal with that situation all the time. People dropping off books, some of them which have been in houses that flooded and have a lot of moisture. In which case they probably would want to, if there was mold, they'd probably want to get rid of that as soon as possible so that it doesn't... spread to other books there. I just realized I forgot to set my record, so I'm just going to do this again. Sorry for that loud sound. Perfume might make it worse, that's true. Perfume might also probably does contain oils, so if you did spray a book with perfume on there, you might not see it now, but a week later you might start noticing little spots appear, just like as if you left a French fry on a napkin. It's going to become transparent, right? Barbara says, is it wrong to like that old book smell? I agree. Yeah, like a moldy smell, that's true. Paula's there. Hi, Paula. I missed the class for the last few weeks. Too busy babysitting. I can follow again this evening. Lovely sky. Awesome. Oh, and there's Lisa in the chat there. Hopefully I mentioned everybody who's in the chat there. Sankit asks, who's painting along? Well, we shall find out. We shall find out. Okay, let's move on here. image transfer. The next step here is one of my favorite steps, and this is the Imprimatura. Imprimatura, right? The first layer or the priming layer. This is a technique that artists in the West have used for 600 plus years, and I love this effect. I'm going to be using this warm yellow to paint over the background. Now, you could use any color, or you could just skip this step entirely. Now, I can bet you that artists like the artists we're working on today, who had spent time learning the traditional academic techniques, would 100% have used this, but he probably would have used a little bit of different color. So we'll talk about that momentarily. But here's just some basic reasons why we would do the Imprimatura. I'm not going to go through all of this. I think I've talked extensively about Imprimatura in the past. But I think for a painting like this, where we really have this beautiful, warm glow, right? We really want like a kind of this yellow, orangey color, I think, as a base here, because really the whole landscape's infused with that color. So let's get a little bit of this warm yellow on the cover. I'm actually going to put maybe a little, yeah, I'm going to put a little bit more on here, and maybe a little bit less water than I typically do. Often I want this to be kind of a little bit transparent. But with this painting, oops, let's put a bit too much water. Yeah, that's pretty good. But with this painting, I want it to be just a little bit more solid, because I may even want this color just to come right through all the way to the very end, possibly, or maybe not. Now I look at it, but the other thing too is this is gonna be almost like another layer of gesso over top of the white surface here to help make this painting as smooth as I can get it. That's going to help ensure less and less paint kind of gets caught in these little pockets. Again, thinking back to that idea I mentioned before of the waffle. Or the analogy I made to buttering a waffle. So you can see this is really yellow. Now, Kuindzhi, he probably didn't use a warm yellow like this. He would have used a brown, a reddish, orangey brick brown. Although I can't be sure. I mean, maybe for a painting like this, maybe he did use an Imprimatura this yellow. It's hard to say. I mean, he's a well-known artist in Ukraine and Russia. So there's probably a lot more information in Ukrainian and Russian online that I wasn't able to read or even find. But here in the West, there's less. There's no books on him at the local public library or at the university I teach at. So this is one of those paintings where I kind of have to wing it a little bit to try to deduce what's happening. Okay. I'm just going to balance that on here. Just because I got lots of paint on this. So I guess you might ask, like, well, if I want this to be thick, why did I even bother putting water in here? And And that's my answer. Big sneeze. Ooh, that just snuck up on me. It's because adding a little bit of water to my Imprimatura, which is really the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylics, that's going to help this paint get into the weave of the canvas, all the little nooks and crannies. Because I'd rather have yellow, if there was gaps between two colors, than to have white or any other color, personally. Especially in a painting like this today. Sankeet says, Michael, can you paint on clothes? Yeah, you can absolutely paint on clothes. I've painted on clothes many times, and I often get paint on my clothes whether I intend to or not. A couple things to keep in mind is that, well, maybe let me get this here. One second. Of course, it's like the last place I happens to be on the floor for some reason. So here's a material you can use to mix into your paints to improve the way acrylic paint would behave on fabric. Because you may have noticed if you get paint on your clothes, they can be often kind of a little bit stiff and less flexible, especially if it's thicker acrylic paint. So adding something like this to the paint is going to help it be a little bit more flexible. And even after you've painted it, you can use like a clothes iron. Why does it clothing iron? An iron, I guess. Just you could use a hot iron. Why does it sound? What's the name of it? Clothes iron. You can use a clothes iron just to kind of help set that paint into the clothes, because it's possible. Because if, let's say, you're like, oh, I don't want it to be so stiff, I'm going to add water to my acrylic paint and paint on those clothes. Well, what the water is going to do, and that's why I discourage people from using water when they're painting with acrylic, is it's going to break the bonds that hold the paint onto the fabric or to itself. And so if you then, let's say, painted something on a t-shirt and had water in your paint, and then you put that shirt into the washing machine, possibly some of that acrylic paint is going to wash out. Versus if you mix some of this into your paint and then especially use a clothing iron to set it, it'll stay much longer. It's less likely to wash out or completely wash out. So I just also, while I was trying to find this, I did bring a couple of other materials here. I've got a Flow Aid and an airbrush medium that are going to be similar to these. I haven't used these on clothes, but I would suspect that these, it's a different brand. I'm pretty sure Liquitex makes like a fabric medium, but if they don't, you might be able to get away with something like this, because essentially what it's going to do is make the paint more watery, but keeping the adhesive properties of acrylic paint. So that would be my recommendation. Of course, lots of people do paint on clothes and don't put any extra medium in at all. It's just less, it's going to be, again, stiffer and then potentially could wash out. If you were afraid of it washing out, you could just hand wash that t-shirt or pair of jeans. Like I wash these painting clothes, every week or so, because I wear them a lot when I'm painting. And, where there's big, thick gobs of paint, those survive pretty well. But if there's relatively thin parts of paint, they will fade quite a lot after 2 or 3 washes. Barbara says, Sankit, I paint everything. My shoes, t-shirts, bedding, and I created a flag to honor all the workers who kept going through the COVID lockdown. Very cool. There you go. Okay, I should probably move on here. I do want to just quickly blow dry this. Sometimes I just let it dry on its own, but because there's less water in here, it's going to take a little bit longer to dry. And the reason why I want to speed that drying up is potentially, little things, hairs, bugs, things could find themselves getting implanted into this surface while I'm just blabbing away like I've been doing right now. And I even see a few things on there. And that, is going to counteract, all of that time I spent trying to get a really nice smooth surface. Because if there's little hairs in there when I try to do my blending, it's going to kind of, anyway, so let's blow dry this. One thing I should mention, because maybe you see me doing this and I'm going to do that all the time. If you're using really cheap dollar store canvas boards to paint on, often inside they're just cardboard. And if that cardboard gets wet, the canvas can really kind of start to bend and warp a little bit. So if you've got a relatively cheap canvas and you're doing this kind of thing on it, and especially if you have a lot of water in your Imprimatura and I blow dry it, I might end up with a canvas that is kind of warped because it's not supported on these sides, right? So whereas these Fixsmiths ones are a little bit more robust, and so I'm not really worried about it losing its shape, especially when I blow dry it like that. I would say if there was a lot on here, and like this painting here we did of J. DeFeo a few years ago. This is what I do with all my extra leftover paint at the end of every session. I love this painting, and I still keep on working on it. We did this December 11th, 2021, oh yeah, what I was gonna say is, there's a lot of paint on this. Like, this has a substantial weight. Like, I would say it's probably weighs, wow, it's actually, well, it's not quite as heavy as this box that has all of my paint tubes in it, but it's not far off. Just because all of this is solid, right? When acrylic paint, you know, is like, and it's in the tube, is probably 40% or more water. And so when acrylic paint dries, it's going to lose its shape. So what we're looking at here is really solid paint, right? It's all, so that accounts for its heft. And so again, if there was a lot of that, it could really start to make that painting bow. I don't know why I'm blabbing on about that, but Barbara says, if I have any paint left over after a painting session, I use it to decorate plant pots. I always try to use it up. That's a great idea too. Another thing that I used to do, oops, I think it's under here, but I'm not going to drag it out, is I would just, you know, before I was doing that painting, I would just scrape the extras into a jar with all the colors all mixed up, and then I could use that for that type of thing later on. Let's say I wanted to build up texture. I'm like, I don't want to use a whole bunch of fresh, nice paint just to build up big blobs. You know, I could just blob on that paint. It's going to be kind of like a gray, greenish, brown color, muddy color. I could paint with that, build up some texture, and then I don't have to worry about so-called wasting paint that's inside or underneath other layers of paint. Okay, so oops, let's okay, so let's take a few moments here to talk about Arkhip's Kuindzi's biography, so that you may appreciate a little bit more about why he made the paintings he did. So let's start off here. So Arkhip Kuindzhi is born, and we're not really actually totally sure exactly when he was born. There's conflicting dates, either 1841, 1842. Later in life, he was quite explicit that it was 1841. But even when it comes to his the exact birth date, it's complicated because Ukraine and Russia have kind of switched the dating systems a few times, as other places in Europe have as well. And owing to the fact that his ancestry is Greek and Greek Orthodox, right? You know, there's different calendars, etc., right? So, I don't know if it's written in here, but, you know, oh yeah, I think even right here, Kuindzhi says, so he wrote the date 1841 on as his date of birth, but then wrote January and then crossed out January a few times. So you could see that, you know, some people celebrate January 27th as his birthday, but then they celebrate February 19th, and then some people celebrate March 4th, right? So he celebrated his own birth date on the feast of Archippus. Archippus? I do not know Archippus, who that is. Interesting. In fact, why? This obviously it was a person who was important to him. I'm not sure. Maybe that's worth kind of looking into. Anyway, so Arkhip Kuindzhi was born in Mariupol, which is in Ukraine, right here on the Sea of Azov. So there's Mariupol. And when we zoom out, it gives us a little bit greater context. There's Crimea. Here's Russia right here on the side. And I'll just keep zooming back out. So you have a little bit of context as to exactly whereabouts he's from. Currently, Mariupol is under Russian fascist occupation, and was one of the cities that was most heavily bombarded by Russian occupiers at the beginning of the Russian invasion in 2021. 2020. It feels like so long ago now that this, I was putting this, I'm like, how is this possible that this stupid thing is continuing, years later? I think we're now into our beginning our third year. Anyway, so this is where he's originally from, and kind of a little bit of a sad, tragic story. His father was a shoemaker, although his last name, Kuindzhi, is kind of a Greek and then Russian translation for goldsmith. So I'm not sure how his father maybe transitioned from the goldsmith business into the shoemaking business, but both of his parents died before or around age 6. I couldn't find any information, at least in English, explaining what happened to his parents, but essentially he's orphaned at age 6. I also wasn't able to find information as to who took him in. It does seem that one of the things that he did when he was young is he was working doing construction for a local church. So, and I'm also not sure, very soon, at some point during his childhood, he moves from Mariupol to Taganrog. I'm not sure how do you say this. This is in Russia, quite nearby here, also on the Sea of Azov. Taganrog. And so, was he there with his parents, or did he move there after his parents passed away? I'm not exactly sure. But he did a whole bunch of odd jobs for the first couple of, first decade and a half of his life. He worked as a stock boy in various different stores. He worked at doing construction, just like a little bit of everything. So you imagine this poor kid without parents, without a family, kind of fighting to survive, living in, probably desperate, abject poverty, depending on the charity of others. And so it's, remarkable, absolutely a remarkable story of this kid rising from, the most terrible circumstances you can kind of imagine to being one of the greatest artists in art history. Again, I say many times in these episodes, when I'm doing research on these artists, and I'm like, wow, why is there not a movie about, just that story alone? It's like a Charles Dickens novel or something. Why is there not movies and books and stuff about this kid's, fight to survive and become the master that he became? Do we need another Marvel movie when there's already, great true stories out there? Anyway, I digress. So he grows up here, and at some point he falls in love with drawing and painting. I'm going to take a bit of a stab here and say that maybe while he's working for the church doing construction, maybe he's sleeping on the floor of the church or in a back room, and finds himself looking up at the murals and tiles on the ceilings and floors, and falls in love with art in that way. Because, for all the flaws of contemporary Russia, I love ancient Russia. I think Russian culture, by and large, is amazing. I've talked many times about my love for Dostoevsky. But incredible, very beautiful artwork in churches across Russia, Ukraine, Eastern Europe. So I could imagine, glittering gold everywhere. It probably made a pretty big impression on a little kid who might not have had or felt like there was many other opportunities for himself. So anyway, it says here he received the rudiments of an education from a Greek family friend who was a teacher, and then he went to a local school. So at the age of 13, again, we're not sure exactly how old he was, but somewhere around age 13, 14, in 1855, he goes down to Feodosia, which is here on the Crimean Peninsula, relatively close to the Kerch Strait Bridge, which is always in the news these days. Feodosia also, there's a number of like Russian military installations there now, and so sometimes you hear about some missile attacks that Ukraine is launching on here to try to get the Russian occupiers off the peninsula there. But at the time, in 1855, this is where Ivan Ivanovsky was based. And again, this is the painting we did by Ivanovsky. This guy was one of the greatest living painters of his time. We did a whole episode featuring him, and I talked extensively about his biography, etc. But for any young artist, just meeting this guy would have been like, a young filmmaker going and meeting Steven Spielberg or Quentin Tarantino or something. Like, wow, like this is pretty cool. However, being a young man, a teenager, he was not pleased that Ivanovsky, or Ivazovsky, sorry, that Ivazovsky assigned him to mix paints for him. That Ivazovsky, because again, we have to remember that at this particular time in history, artists couldn't just go down to the art supply store and buy a tube of paint. Artists had to grind up, source their own pigments, and grind them up and mix them together. And that was a whole art in and of itself. I think that's something that few artists today really appreciate, how lucky we are. Like Kuindzhi, if he walked into this room right now, is like, what? I mean, although towards the end of his life, I'm sure he would have been able to buy pre-mixed art supplies. But when he was young, he finds himself in Ivazovsky's studio grinding pigments and watching the painter paint, but Ivazovsky doesn't really give him the opportunity to do much of his own painting. And, again, like a young, impatient kid sees this as maybe a bit of a waste of time, as maybe he doesn't feel like he's being taken seriously, and so he leaves the studio of this great master. He ends up taking classes with one of Ivazovsky's students, who maybe was a little bit, who gave him maybe a few more opportunities. As I was, I could understand why Kuindzhi was like, frustrated. However, one of the first things that came to mind when I was reading this and putting together the episode, I was thinking about like the movie The Karate Kid, which, if you remember The Karate Kid, there's the titular Karate Kid who's learning how to do karate from, it just escaped me. Who's the master that he studies from? I love this. I just rewatched this movie about a few months ago. Pat Morita. What does he play? Mr. Miyagi. That's right, Mr. Miyagi. And there's a very famous scene that probably only those of a certain age would remember, that whole like wax on, wax off. And Mr. Miyagi gets the young Karate Kid to wax his car and wax the car again and again and again. And the young Karate Kid is like, I want to learn how to do karate, and you have me waxing your car, old man? What is this? This is ridiculous. And he tries to quit. And that's the first thing that came to mind when I was thinking about Kuindzhi. I was imagining, I bet you it's a little bit like that Ivazovsky is like, I want you to mix my paints. And he does it maybe for a few weeks and is like, you know, screw this. I want to make paintings. I didn't come here to be your slave to mix these stupid paints for you. I'm out of here, right? And Ivazovsky's probably like, okay, well, you know, then I'm not, you know, that was the test, and you failed the test. And that's another example that comes to mind. Oh, what is the... Oh, yeah. Euro Dreams of Sushi. This is another great movie. This is like this 2011. So this is all about this sushi chef who has this tiny little 10-seat sushi restaurant in a Tokyo subway station. And Euro, he talks in there something about how for the first like decade when he was learning to make sushi, he worked for this sushi master. And the only thing that he was allowed to do was to make the rice. And like there's this like he's like, I want to make the sushi, but the only thing I'm allowed to do is I've got to master how to make rice. If I can make rice, then I can progress to the next step. Clearly, he must not have been very good at making the perfect rice for a long time, because his Mr. Miyagi wouldn't let him progress. So anyway, that's the thing I was thinking about after a long little detour there, that, you know, that this young artist, Kuindzhi, was impatient and wasn't like, I can understand too. I've worked for other artists, and you know, sometimes they get you to do all of the kind of menial studio tasks like sweeping the floor and all this, and it's like, man, I want to be doing something really cool. Like, I want to be able to do, you know, like, I don't want to go back and tell my friends who are like, oh man, what did you do with that really cool artist? Well, I swept the floor, and then I cleaned his toilet, and then I took his dog for a walk, and went and picked up some takeout sushi. You know, it's like, it doesn't sound as cool as like, yeah, I did half the painting for him because I'm that good. He thinks I'm a genius, right? So anyway, long story short, he kind of gets frustrated. He takes some classes with Ivazovsky's student, and then kind of takes off. He actually goes back to where he grew up, partly in Russia, in Taganrog, and works for a photographer. And I think this is an interesting little moment, side detour in Kuindzhi's life, that he spends time in a photography studio, really at the very beginning of photography as not even as an art form yet, just as a basic technology. And he's working as a retoucher of photographs. And I think that's really interesting because, you know, photography is all about light. Like, literally, you're exposing a piece of film to light. And understanding how that process works is the difference between making a really good photograph and not having anything, or just a black piece of film or a white piece of film. And I'm sure it was probably pretty magical being in and probably also very toxic. I'm sure the chemicals they were using back then were like lead and mercury and cadmium. I mean, I'm thinking the fact that he was only doing that for 5 years is probably a blessing in disguise, because had he stayed there for a few more years, I'm sure that he probably would have had some terrible mercury poisoning or whatever. Again, I'm not sure about all the chemicals involved in early photography, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was just, I mean, darkroom photography to this day is highly toxic. So I can't, and that's with like what we know about chemicals today. So, but I do think it's interesting working in a dark room and getting his eyes used to, you know, very, very dark light, or being able to do things in the darkness might have helped him a little bit later when we look at some of his paintings, because one of the things that Kuindzhi becomes kind of famous for is his nightscapes. So just put a little bookmark there. After he leaves this photography studio, he tries to set up his own photo studio, but that fails. And so I think, so I imagine him as like, he wants to be a painter, and he's kind of had these kind of maybe a bit of a setback where he thought he was going to be able to learn one-on-one with one of the great artists of his time, and that kind of didn't happen. And then he sees this new photo technology arriving on the scene, is like, oh, I'm going to be like a early adopter, as they say. And he tries that, but he can't quite make a living doing that, so he kind of falls back on his interest in painting after taking 5 years away. So he decides to move to St. Petersburg. Let's bring... In fact, let's even go to the... So what's now known as the Imperial Academy of Arts, which was once the St. Petersburg Academy of Arts, here in St. Petersburg, which is kind of in the northwestern part of Russia, close to the border of Finland here. A place I would love to visit at some point, but probably I'm on a list of people not allowed into the country, or maybe allowed into the country but would probably disappear very soon after crossing that border. But so he moves all the way up here, which that would have been quite the journey. And it's interesting because later on in his life, he has a kind of a large plot of land on Crimea that he kind of retires to. And it's not quite clear if he's making trips back and forth, because he later teaches at the academy. So, you're talking like, that's the distance between basically like Athens and Copenhagen. I mean, that's like the South Europe and Northern Europe all in, that today would be a pretty, long flight, let alone, taking a probably horse and carriage. I don't think there were trains even maybe back then. Anyway, so he moves to St. Petersburg, studies while he's there. He also joins a group of artists that, whose name, the Peredsvidniki. I bet you is how you would pronounce that, which was this group of artists, that roughly translated means like the wanderers or the itinerants. The idea is that they would mount these traveling exhibitions around Russia, because they were essentially rejected by the academy. So they were at the academy learning how to paint, but their teachers aren't particularly happy with what they're doing with that education. I think they're preserving most of the techniques that they're learning from those old bearded white guys, but the thing is that they are increasingly more political with their artwork, and they find themselves making paintings of so-called regular people, as opposed to the kings and queens and glorifying the state. Instead, they're making paintings like this. Ilya Repin, who's an artist another Ukrainian artist who we're going to be looking at some point soon. Where you have these like old weary sailors dragging this boat in from the, it's like, oof, brutal. So this might be a little bit different, but that kind of focus on more social commentary was something that was definitely frowned upon by the older generation, the people in power at the academy. So he joins that group, and upon leaving school, he continues making some paintings. We'll look at his work here in a moment, but he starts kind of getting some relative success for his work. Let's see. Well, here's Ilya Repin's portrait of Arkhip Kuindzhi. But let's look at some of his early work. So these are things that he was making when he, let's see if we can get this a little bit bigger. When he first, when he was at school, basically. Ah, sorry. This wiki art thing is kind of clumsy. Trying to make these as big as possible. This would have been one of his first big paintings here. The Onavalum Island, which I don't know what that means. You could see that they're, you know, relatively traditional landscapes. And they're also, you know, kind of feature a lot of the landscapes that would have been familiar to him both growing up and also in northwestern Russia, where you often have these sort of very flat landscapes, especially in northern Russia. You know, often, you know, it reminds me a lot of like Saskatchewan, where my dad's side of the family is from. You know, these kind of big open vistas, not very mountainous, you know, kinds of landscapes. But you can already see that some of these paintings, he's really exploring contrast between light and dark. We have a number of these paintings where like it's quite dark. We got these silhouetted buildings, cloudy skies, these dark forests whenever he is painting them. So this interest of his in describing high contrast between light and dark becomes one of the signature aspects of his career. I just want to see if I want to get this right. What was the painting? The Snow is the one that wins this award. Not showing up. And also you could see like a number of artists, Ukrainian artists who did move to Moscow and St. Petersburg. A lot of them continued making work about Ukraine. Obviously that it kind of was a, you know, just like myself, when I left Canada and went to school in the United States and then stayed there for a decade afterwards, you know, the longer you're away, the more you start to appreciate home, and you start kind of, you know, I remember when I first moved there, I was happy to be away from my family and just excited to do new things. And then as the years passed, I found myself reading books about Canadian history and what about Canadian identity and stuff, because you're just like, well, who am I? Like, where do I come from? What is the difference between our countries? And so I imagine that same sort of feeling was in Kuindzhi's head as the longer that he found himself away from his native Ukraine. I should say that both Ukraine and Russia claim Kuindzhi as their own. The fact that he is born in what is Ukrainian territory to this day, I think is, pretty significant. The only place where there's a Kuindzhi museum happens to be in Mariupol, although the museum has since been obliterated and all of the work inside looted and taken back to Russia. There isn't a Kuindzhi museum in Russia. I mean, maybe there is now that they've got a lot of his work stolen from Ukraine. But anyway, what else do I want to mention here? Oh man, look at that painting. It's not really showing up in a high resolution here, but look at those colors. I'd love to do that painting in. I like the contrast between these pinks and greens Woo, that is gorgeous. Yeah, so you can really see him kind of pushing the boundaries here. I do want to, let's see, let's quickly scroll down here. Man, there's a lot of beautiful colors. One of the things again is I just see a high number of paintings that are exploring fairly high contrast situations where there's lots of shadow, lots of light, lots of sunsets and sunrises, really exploring all these different atmospheric effects. And that's something that was also quite a signature of his, well, the teacher he hoped to have had, Ivan Ivazovsky, who was quite famous for doing that a generation before. Although Ivazovsky is more famous for his seascapes. He's basically considered to be the greatest painter of ocean and water scenes of all time. Interesting. I love seeing, in fact, I'm going to bring this up. I always find it interesting to see, early versions of familiar paintings. So this is a sketch that he did before he did today's painting. So if yours looked like this as opposed to the one that we're doing here, which is very similar, it's just maybe lacking a few of these details in the foreground, I think that would be fine too. What else do I want to mention? Oh, let's just kind of wrap up the biography. So he becomes more and more well-known. He creates this painting. I think I've got some better versions of this. This is often considered to be his maybe most famous painting here. Moonlight on the Dnipro as well, okay. Which is, a really important river flowing right through the middle of Ukraine, right? So this, again, when I look at this and I think about his experience as a photographer, working in a dark room doing retouching, it's so interesting that so many of the paintings he makes he becomes obsessed with light and trying to create that a bright, luminous experience. If you look at this painting, maybe at first it's like, well, I barely see anything. Well, you have to look at it and sit for a little while, and then as you do that, your eyes start to adjust to the darkness, and then you do start seeing like the horizon in the distance here and all the different clouds, and you can start to make sense of a little bit of the details in the ground. And now, it's not ideal doing this on a computer screen, but it does, if we were to see this in real life, it would be a whole different experience. It would be the kind of painting you would want to look at for, maybe 5 minutes or something, and allow your eyes to adjust so that you can see things. Because after all, that's how artists and people who collected art would look at art 100 years ago, 150 years ago, when Kuindzhi was actually making these paintings, right? This is before Netflix and stuff, right? You would just look at a painting for a longer period of time. I thought this is interesting too. During the time he's in St. Petersburg, he becomes really close friends with a chemist, Dmitry Mendeleev, who is also a very famous inventor, and he ended up taking some classes, studying alongside, well, not studying alongside, but they would hang out together, and so they would talk about color and pigments and the way that color could be synthesized, right? So I could imagine if you're an artist and you can strike up a friendship with someone who is an expert in chemistry, that would be really fascinating. Because after all, again, well, especially oil paint, as I've said before, is, I think, a lot more like chemistry than certainly way more than acrylic paint. because you're kind of adding these little mixtures and stirring things up. And especially before you can go buy tubes of paint at an art supply store, you're kind of a mad scientist. Like if you were to go into Kuindzhi's studio or Ivazovsky's studio, when Kuindzhi was in Ivazovsky's studio, it would have been like going into a mad scientist laboratory with test tubes and beakers and pestle and mortar. You're grinding those pigments and adding a little bit of this and burning some pigments and letting them dry. So it would have been very similar kinds of experiences as to the way that Mendeleev would have also found himself in when he was younger. Also, as we get closer to wrapping up this biography here, during that same time he's in St. Petersburg, he becomes a teacher at the academy. So even though they kicked, so he becomes, so he comes back to St. Petersburg after sort of traveling around, making paintings around Europe with that group of more rebellious artists. And now he's sort of part of the academy. The thing that he was sort of rebelling against, he now finds himself as a teacher walking those halls. And I as a teacher at an art school here in Vancouver, I know what that's like a little bit, right? Now you're the one that the students are rebelling against. And a number of his students also become quite well known themselves. Like Arkady Rylov, Nicholas Rorich, and Konstantin Bogaevsky. Boyevsky was also a really important Ukrainian artist. Rorich and Rylov are two quite well-known Russian painters. They end up kind of using some of Kuindzhi's kind of interest in saturated light. But let's say Rorich, let's see, his work, they start to become a little bit more fantastical, almost like these, like symbolism, like Gustave Moreau kind of paintings. So anyway, he becomes quite an important artist himself, is highly influential to his students. But he gets ultimately kicked out of the academy for supporting a group of students who are protesting the academy and its more conservative ways, which I think is, just shows that he still had within him that kind of a bit more rebellious spirit that he had when he was younger, when he was a part of that traveling wanderers group of artists. It's also around this time, and as I'm putting this together and kind of piecing the dates together, it seems like they must be connected, because right around this time, he basically, without explanation, just, completely drops out of the high society in St. Petersburg, because all those teachers and academics would have been quite popular amongst, the more wealthy class in St. Petersburg, very knowledgeable kinds of people that wealthy people would want to have over for dinner. He totally drops out of the scene. He stops exhibiting his paintings for the rest of his life and essentially kind of retires. He does kind of return back to Ukraine. He settles in Crimea. He has a large plot of land. He has a wife. That's the only mention I could find, that he retires to Crimea with his wife. I don't know if they had any children or anything. I wasn't able to find any information about that or even what her name was. But I suspect that this, him supporting those students in their protest, and I don't even know what the protest was. I don't know if it was way more political or if it was just painting more socially conscious artworks. But I suspect that he was probably seen as a little bit of a troublemaker, and maybe some Russian police, kind of visited him and it was like, you are done. Like, if we hear your name ever again, you're gonna end up floating in the river, So it was like, probably scared him pretty seriously enough that he was like, okay, I'm done. Probably went about as far away as he could, all the way down to Crimea, and stayed there. And that's where he makes today's painting. When he's down there, that's where he makes his final masterpiece. So he passes away in 1910. I'm not sure of exactly what. He's in his mid 60s by that point, late 60s, which is not that old for an artist. So could it have been maybe the chemicals that he was using when he was a apprentice photographer, and then tried to start his own photography business? Were those chemicals, did they catch up to him? Was he poisoned by Russian spies? I don't know. Who knows? And I'm sure that's just the way Russia likes it, right? That eternal ambiguity. But let's maybe just quickly want to look at maybe a little bit more of his paintings in full screen here. I think, artists that come to mind when I see his work are artists like Claude Monet. He's not painting in maybe a strictly impressionist style. He's sort of, his style is a little bit more of the academic tradition. But I think that, like Claude Monet, who was obsessed with light and would often paint the same scenes over and over, I think Kuindzhi had that same level of fascination. Like, how do I capture the light? How do I make a painting look as bright as bright sunlight, and as dark shadows on a sunny day? And pretty handsome guy there too. So let me see, just wrap up here. So you can see here, the painting we're about to do here, Red Sunset, is currently on view, and is often on view most of the time in the at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. You can see it it's in the Met Fifth Avenue. That's the main building, Met Fifth Ave, right? Gallery 800. 800 gallery spaces, rooms inside the Met. It's a big museum. And I do appreciate that here in the Metropolitan, they do refer to him as a Ukrainian artist, and I like that they also mention that his museum in Mariupol was destroyed. I just, out of curiosity, I haven't punched this in, but is there any? It says temporarily closed. I don't think it's going to be opening anytime soon. I wonder. What's really sad is probably this whole area, all these big buildings, just rubble. All the people that lived here, most of whom fled or were killed. But this is where the Kuindzhi Museum was. I'm not sure if it's on this side of the street or the other side of the street here, but it's just a good reminder to, if you have the ability to help support the Red Cross, or the UN humanitarian mission in Ukraine to help, and if you want to support the soldiers in Ukraine, there are links in the description below. I won't go through all of them right now, but the fact that this Mariupol is still occupied by Russian fascists is one of the great tragedies of our time. And the fact, especially when I was putting together, I was going to do something else today, but, just the news about Russia's occupation just was in my mind, and there are some important Ukrainian holidays coming up. I was like, you know, I want to feature a Ukrainian artist, and this seems particularly significant because many of the other Ukrainian artists we've talked about, some have been also from Crimea, but also a lot of them tend to be more from, you know, the Kyiv region or Western Ukraine that we've looked at. So here's an artist from a part of Ukraine that has been in the news the last couple of years. Just before I move on, it is worth mentioning that one of Kuindzhi's paintings was stolen in a fairly high-profile theft a few years ago. So, let me see. So this guy walked in to the Tretyakov Gallery in Moscow. The Tretyakov is one of the world's biggest art museums. It is it's basically the art museum in Moscow dedicated to Soviet and Russian art, and it would be similar to the, let's say, the Museum of Modern Art in New York City, or even maybe more specifically the Whitney Museum in New York, because the Whitney Museum is dedicated pretty much purely to American artists, where, you know, there's Picasso's and things at the Museum of Modern Art. So this is like a major art museum. I think I was doing research, it's the 13th most visited art museum in the world. And, you know, and that's a pretty, you know, number 13, you're talking like, you know, it's not hard to come up with names of very, very famous museums around the world that are right before that. And so the fact that this guy just walked in to the Tretyakov gallery and pulled one of Kuindzhi's paintings off the wall, and you see him just casually walking back out the museum with this painting. I guess the security in Russia is different than it is here in North America, or at least was, and just walked right out of the museum with it. There wasn't any guns involved, no security leaped on him. I think that's just the weirdest thing you can imagine. They later recovered this painting kind of hidden in a construction site that this guy stole the painting of. Like a lot of high-profile art thefts these days, often it's the people responsible are gang members, organized crime, who often steal these paintings so that they can use them for leverage. If one of them gets in trouble, they can say, okay, yeah, well, I did kill the local mayor, but if you want your famous paintings back, I'm only willing to spend a couple nights in jail, you know, that kind of thing. And there's, you know, another example of that is the Isabel Stewart Gardner Museum heist. There's a number of great documentaries about this, but similar sort of thing. Like, they believe that probably that these, you know, paintings by Rembrandt and who else's paintings were stolen? Vermeer, that these paintings are worth probably $500 million and are probably owned by high-profile mafia members that they are hoping to kind of use as their get-out-of-jail cards. So I just thought that that's pretty fascinating that that this guy just stole this painting out of like one of the biggest art museums in the world and walked out the front door with it. So, and that painting was also a painting of Crimea as well. You could see that it was one of the it's a little bit of a darker image here. Okay, I should probably... Whoa, okay, let's move on, Michael. Okay, so let's get going here. Although there was, I think I had a couple pages here. Just have some more paintings by him that I just thought were really beautiful. These paintings that are on the screen right now are all well, some of them were, oh no, I guess I'm wrong. I thought these were the paintings that were stolen when the museum was destroyed and looted. I just think these are beautiful, and this painting, you know, let's start painting this painting because it is so gorgeous. Let's get to it. So, what do I want to do? Oh, there's Sandra in the chat. Hi, Michael. I'm here and enjoying the talk so far. Love his moody landscapes. I've been missing in action because I'm pregnant. Can you believe it? Congratulations, Sandra. That is so cool. Wow, your child is going to grow up with such a creative mom. That is so neat. Wow, I'm so excited. Well, we'll have to see some baby photos. And some baby paintings. Baby paintings that you made of your baby, and also paintings that your baby makes. And Sandra says, I'm going to New York next month. I can't wait to visit the Met and Guggenheim for the first time. Let me know if you can recommend others. Well, the Whitney Museum I mentioned a few moments ago down, which has since moved to the lower west side. Amazing new museum right next to those elevated, old, disused, repurposed train tracks there. Lots of great stuff. Lots of great stuff to see in New York. I could go on for hours talking about fun stuff to do in New York, and I'm sure other people in the chat should be able to recommend some great stuff. Okay, let me transition here from talking about Kuindzhi's paintings to actually trying to paint a painting by this great master. Now, one of the things we often do at this stage is do some underpainting. So let's just take a look at the original and see. And I've been having a major debate in my mind as to how to do this painting. Because so there's, okay, let's break it down. Okay, well, so the main thing that I often do when I'm thinking of doing a underpainting might be to kind of block out some of the areas that I'm afraid might get covered with paint and be no longer visible later on. I don't know how worried I am at the moment about that. I am probably, if I do what I'm thinking I might do, I might lose a bunch of these lines, which is why I was also very quick at doing my outlining here. But I think I'm going to move past this. I think I'm going to skip over this step and go right to the next one. So I'm going to skip over painting the underpainting and any outlining here, because even if I do lose a lot of my pencil lines, it's not the most complex painting in the world. I should be able to kind of recreate it, and if worse comes to worse, I can just use my template and retrace some of these lines on here. I suppose maybe one thing I might do is just kind of, I'm going to extend, oops, my horizon line. Now, I've never seen anybody do this. I'm just thinking to myself, maybe this would help. So if this becomes the fad that all the kids are talking about and doing in 10 years, then this is where you'll see it. So I basically just want to see, okay, let's say most of this gets covered. I'll be able to find my horizon line since it's nice and straight. Another thing that I could do... I'm going to take my little poppy here. So I just poking a little hole here. Maybe even so that way, if this does get completely covered with paint, I should be able to find that the center where the sun is there. Okay, so ideally, I want to try to do this in as efficiently as possible. So oh, there's Pascal in the chat there. Hi, Pascal. Yeah, Pascal suggests the Museum of Modern Art. That's a pretty good one. You should also, you got to go see some Broadway shows while you're in New York too. And one of the best places to get cheap Broadway tickets is at the TKTS booth in Times Square. It's you can't miss it if you go right into literally the center of Times Square. You'll see the TKTS, the tickets booth, and the tickets booth has kind of like rush seats to all these different big shows. So all the seats that haven't yet sold the day of, because you can only buy, at least in the past, you could only buy tickets that were for shows happening that afternoon or that day. So when I lived in New York, I didn't go there every day, but if I happened to be, you know, up in Midtown there where Times Square is, I'd just check it out and be like, huh, I wonder what shows are on, because you could get tickets that would normally be like $100 for like $40 or $10. Sometimes they would be, you know, slightly not the best seats off to the side or way at the back. But, you know, if you're a starving art school student, you're just happy to see anything, to have any kind of entertainment. So there used to be another location that was in the World Trade Center, and that's actually where I used to go there most of the time, because it was a little bit closer to where my apartment was down in Chelsea. And it was also much less busy. The one in Times Square was busier, whereas the one in the bottom of the World Trade Center was often like nobody in line. So it was sort of like a good, I can't remember where I got that tip, maybe from one of my teachers or something. Obviously, unfortunately, that ticket booth is no longer there. Although there might be another ticket booth elsewhere. Oh, Axe Chima says, "Hey, Mark, I just found your lockdown lectures, and they have your lesson. Is it okay to make mistakes?" Oh. "It is okay to make mistakes. Has improved my life a lot. Love from Pakistan." Awesome. Sorry, I on my screen there's like an emoji that hangs over the most recent comment that I have to kind of like read around it or try to imagine what those words are. So it has nothing to do with your spelling or anything. Yeah, it's okay to make mistakes. Has improved my life a lot. I'm so blessed that you would say something like that. I really appreciate that, my friend. It means so much to me that you're watching all the way in Pakistan. I mean, what time is it in Pakistan? It's got to be like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning right now. You're either just getting up or you're up way too late. But thank you so much, my friend, for sharing some love. I really appreciate it. It's really beautiful. I wish you the best morning or night, best sleep or sunrise there possible. I appreciate that's. Oh, yeah. I'm very, very lucky to be able to share my passion for art with people all around the world. By the way, when I tap my chest, does that make a big booming sound on my lav mic here? I should, yeah. Hopefully it's not like sound like a dinosaur thump, thump, thump every time I okay. So okay, doing something like this is the okay, let's review the different ways that we can do this type of effect. Sorry. Let's look at different ways that we could do this. The way that I most of the time do this kind of thing is I use glazing fluid to kind of, I might put down one layer of paint and then glaze in several layers over top of it to get slight transitions of color. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to work with wet paint into other wet paint. And that way, if you can do it right, gets better results and goes faster, but is also maybe a little bit can be a little bit more stressful because you gotta be working quickly, and so whereas glazing is a little bit more of a slower process, and if you make mistakes, you can always just wipe that paint away. So I'm gonna do paint wet into wet today because I don't think I've done that for a while. Maybe I feel like it's been a while since I've done a landscape. That was another reason why I wanted to do today's painting, because I think I've done a lot of still lifes and portraits recently. So I was like, you know what, this looks great. I love these colors. Let's do this one. Okay, so let's look at the colors that we want to mix here. So we want this kind of orangey color, and we're going to start with mostly cool colors, and then we're going to we might even glaze a little bit of warmer colors on top of some of this. So we've got this kind of greenish color, greenish brown up top, and then it kind of transitions from that into this warm orange or kind of orangey color below. So let's So it's all about getting my mixtures ready. And it's always easier to have a little bit of extra paint mixed up and ready to go. So sorry. Let's do that. Where should I put this? So I'm going to mix the color that will go into the sky. Let's start with a little bit of blue here. I want to do a third one. Let's do a third one. Or this will be actually a fourth one. Show you the colors as I'm mixing them. So I've got, this is going to be the color at towards the bottom. I'm going to go transition into this yellow. Then I'm going to transition into this. I don't want that to be quite so green. It's a little bit too much. I want this to be a bit more brown. And you know what? I could go a little bit more brown here. But I think it kind of could be cool if we've, instead of having more of a orangey brownish, to kind of go orangey and almost into a green. Go kind of right around into the warmer, into the, not warmer, into the oranges and stuff. Okay. So let's get set up here. What I want is this soft enough? Where'd my big blending brush go? Okay, I could use these. I have one that I've well used. Here's another big one. Okay. Well, I somehow have misplaced my lucky blending brush. That's the one I've done so many paintings with. Okay, well, so here's a number of soft blending brushes. These are great for kind of softening the painting up. To kind of, because what we're going to do is we're going to apply paint in some kind of like strips across here, and then we're going to try to work them in together. And you know what? I'm going to add some slow dry medium to these colors here to help with this process. Oops, it's kind of a lot. I put maybe over a little bit too much of this slow dry medium, or what is sometimes called a paint retarder. This is going to make the paint stay wet much longer. And will allow me to do blending longer than ordinarily is possible with acrylic paint. It's also going to mean it's going to take longer to blow dry this because it will stay wet longer. One thing I do find about this is, oddly enough, slow dry medium does sometimes make the paint feel a little bit tackier. Even though it takes longer to dry, it sometimes feels a little bit tackier. So I don't know if I've used slow dry medium for this technique before, so it's going to be fun. Now, I was just thinking, do I want one more, even more intense red down here? Am I gonna, you know what? Let's do, that's maybe too much yellow. Let's take, this is why it's helpful to have lots of brushes. One thing with anytime you add medium into the paint, just have to keep in mind that it does make the paint more transparent, right? So that's the one thing. I was talking to a student the other day. You know, that can be a little frustrating is, you know, at some point, if you're really interested in having paint that takes longer to dry, you're kind of fighting with the main properties that set acrylic painting apart by trying to make it take so long to dry. So it's just like, you know what, maybe you just should be switched to oil paint. Okay. Okay, now switch to my second color here. My orange. So I had pretty much like a red orange. Now I'm going to switch here, even though it's not really in the original much of this yellow. I want to put a little bit of a barrier here. Between my yellows and my browns. Okay. So, now that I've got some paint on here, okay. Let's move up this list, up this painting here. a little bit hesitant to kind of buff this out. Probably because I put maybe a bit too much paint on this surface. Let's try. Why does everything seem to be... the horizons is kind of... I think I got tripped up by that a little bit there. I wasn't really looking at the original. Okay, you know what I think I'm gonna do is, do I want to change that and make this darker up here? I'm gonna blow dry this. Maybe before I do that, Sandra says, Michael, why choose slow dry medium instead of glazing fluid? Good question. Slow dry, basically, slow dry medium is inside glazing fluid. It's just there's more, it's just slow dry medium is just pure slow dry medium. So as opposed to glazing fluid has other things in it. Slow dry medium is just pure, is just purely the chemical that slows the drying time down. So it means it's going to stay wet longer if you put the same amount of material in there. You could definitely use glazing medium for this. And I think I've done that in the past, actually, too. I just thought, you know what, let's just dive right in and do a thicker application of paint. In fact, I could probably have done what I've just did without even adding any slow dry medium in there at all. I don't think I've ever used slow dry medium for this kind of thing when it is one of the things that it would be best used for, at least hypothetically. So, you know, I look at these and they are a little bit different. I mean, one of the big differences here is I've got this bit more of a yellow stripe and less of this greenish brown that greenish brown comes much lower down here. So I think I'm going to blow dry this, which could take a few minutes because, it's got chemicals that are deliberately here to slow the drying time down. And if I do want to paint over it, I want this to be as dry as possible. And then I'm contemplating going back over, especially because along the edges, the paint is a little bit thin. Okay, still pretty tacky. I think I'm going to do a second layer here, but I really want that to be as dry as humanly possible before I try doing anything on top of it. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move down to the bottom down here. Just let that, give it as long as possible to dry and work on the foreground. Okay, now that I've done a little bit of my background, I'm going to let this dry because I put that slow dry medium in there and it takes a long time to dry. And I also applied a relatively thick coat of paint. And I'm not super happy with how it's drying. It looks a little bit patchy in places. I think partly that's because I kind of overworked that surface. You know, I kind of, when you're doing this, you kind of want to do it relatively quickly. The more you start kind of working in here, even though there's that slow dry medium, like I said, it behaves a little bit tacky. And so I've kind of got these smears. It kind of looks like there's these, yeah. So I'd like to paint, especially up here, I want to get a little bit closer to the original, in which we've got this sort of darker color kind of comes down. On mine, I left a little bit of a strip of white, or not white, yellow, in between these kind of brownish greens, because I was a little bit afraid of having that green blue come right in contact with this orangey color, and then I might get a really kind of almost like a dark stripe there. So I kind of wanted to kind of start there, and then I think the next one I'll go back over where I won't have to worry about red mixing into that greenish brown. So I think this yellow stripe will disappear. Right. I feel better about this bottom half than I do about the top half. So either way, let's I want to paint the bottom here, and you know, it's a little hard to really see exactly what's down there. It's like, are these, you know, some kind of rocky, beachy tree stumps or something along this edge? So I'm gonna try to paint a bunch of this in, and then I might even just glaze some reds and things over top of it. I think. So to do that, I'm going to take my warm blue and warm red. Let's mix. It basically becomes this kind of dark purpley color. Okay. And let's get... Let's start kind of towards the center. going to take a bit of red. I'll just show you that. It's going to take up some just warm red on its own. Mix that into a bit of this color here. Okay. Okay, so what I'm debating right now, because this is still tacky. I could try painting on top of that slightly tacky surface, but it could be a disaster. Which could make for fun video for people to just watch me sweat. Ideally, I like to let it dry longer, and then I want to mix this far shore, or whatever this is here. It's got a little bit of white in it. I just zoom in here. I mean, it's very subtle. He's actually got a little bit of that in a bunch of different places here. And I can't really do anything with the, what's going on here, with the clouds until I get my sky totally sorted. I mean, I could, but it would make it a lot easier if I sort all of that out before I get there. Okay, well, I think what I'll do is I'm going to blow dry this. And then maybe we'll, you know, regardless of how dry it is, I'll just start painting. And if it turns into a disaster, well, then you can see for yourself what happens when you're a little bit impatient. Because, you know, probably if in an ideal world, I would just let this dry overnight and then come back to it in the morning kind of thing. But we're here to experiment, right? where is Pascal says it's weird. I like how it is now. It's okay. Like I see it and it's done in my head. Question: why add slow dry when you need it to dry? It's confusing a little. So I'm not sure if you were here at that stage, but what I did is I added these sort of strips of color and then blended them in. You can still see, even still have my brushes all here, which is unusual. Usually I clean my brushes after each step, but and I added the slow dry medium so that I would have a little bit more time to blend those colors in, like oil paint. Because as you know, with acrylic paint, things dry so quickly that unless I put a lot of paint on there, I might start really seeing pretty defined ridges. Oh man. Some areas are drier than others. Like, I think it's still probably a little bit wet in some areas here. Like, I don't think anything is fully cured. But up here, of course, the area that I feel needs the most work is precisely the area that is still pretty tacky. Oh man. Okay. I'm probably gonna... Okay, so the longer I work on those areas, the more likely it is that I'm going to peel the previous layer of paint off, because it's almost like you're scrubbing that surface like you would with a cloth trying to get paint off. So as long as I'm kind of careful, I do a couple quick little layers, I could get away with it. Oh boy. I feel like people are now watching like to see if it's like figure skating, wanting to see if the figure skater falls. I think that's the primary reason people watch figure skating. Whenever, I mean, my mother loves watching figure skating, so I've watched lots of figure skating with her over the years, and I find it so stressful. It's just like somebody's gonna fall, and like all of that training just goes down the tubes, and just like, oh, all that work. Okay, well, let's just do it. I'm gonna take my reddest red. pretty dry up there. I'm gonna add a little bit of water in here. I've never added water to the slow dry medium. Oh no. Just want this kind of damp. I don't know, Michael. What are you doing? Not good stuff, I don't think. I think it surprisingly things have worked out fairly well. The biggest issue really is that I ran out of paint, and so I was applying fairly thin layers of paint, and I was able to get away with it here, but since that's so much darker, and then by adding a little bit of water on there, it did start wiping that paint off. Let's just see. Close. Okay, I think I'm going to try to blow dry it, and ideally I would come back and bring even more of that down. So I'm going to see how much I can get away with here. Okay, I appreciate your suggestion there, Sandra, to try using cold air to blow dry it. Deborah says, Michael, I'm about to start a painting. The background is to be white. Should I use the yellow first as my Imprimatura and then white? Well, you know, that's the question. Do you need to? The answer is definitely no. You don't need to. So it's more about your own how to say, personal preference. In that, let's see, I mean, as you can see, you know, I really like painting the warm yellow and then adding painting like a semi-transparent white over top of it, because I like having a little bit of that white showing through. But that's just personal preference. And not only that, it's, for me, it's part of that whole routine of the Imprimatura, just sort of getting things started like that. I like to use it for that purpose. But it's certainly not a requirement, and probably a lot of other artists would look at that and think that's pretty weird. And I'm sure some people think it's just a big, you know, make work project for myself that is totally unnecessary. I really added maybe more yellow than I needed here. Or I mean, I added more blue. That blue just makes a color go so quickly brown. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to paint this kind of a little bit of a very slightly brown, greenish brown. I'm going to paint it mostly over top of the top. Well, I'm probably just going to paint it right in this middle section and then try to blend it out. And actually, this occasion, I am going to use slow dry medium or glazing fluid, because I want this paint maybe to be a bit more transparent, as well as taking longer to dry. So that's another, you know, difference here. I don't know if it's that particular brand of Liquitex slow dry medium, or maybe I just had it a long time. But I mean, it does slow the drying time. As you can see, this paint is still really tacky after I used it, but it's weird. It's like it slows the drying time down, but it also seems to make the paint stickier. So, okay. So this time, I'm going to paint this right in here in the middle. Had it there for a second. I kind of glue it a bit. Okay. Close here. Let's take a look at that. I guess it could have been a little bit darker. I do feel way better about that. One thing I feel like, do I want to add more red, build the red up a little bit higher? It's interesting. It's weird on camera. This feels really strong. Like there's a pretty intense strip of red there, but in person, I guess I kind of see that. But I do feel much better about it. The part that I was least happy with was up here, and that has largely resolved itself. You know, it's one of those things, it's like, okay, the biggest problem is taken care of. Okay, well now I can move on to the things that are less upsetting. Okay. Yeah, do I want to make this more red up here? Bring more red. If I want to do it, I kind of got to do it relatively soon here. I'm gonna clean up a few brushes right now. And then I'm gonna blow dry this, and I think I am gonna put a bit more red here. See, this is the kind of thing, if I was painting with oil paints, would be much easier. Because the paint stays, you know, wet for weeks. I could really fiddle with this endlessly until I'm happy. I mean, that again, although that easier said than done. It is one of those things that just, you know, because it can stay wet longer, it does mean that, you know, what's kind of nice about this is once you've got it right, okay, good, and I can just blow dry it and paint right over top of it pretty quickly. Whereas the one thing with oil paint, because it takes so long to dry, you do have to be careful about making things can get kind of muddy if you're not careful. Okay, I mean, I'm Good. Okay, so the top half of that painting is looking pretty good. Most of this is going to be covered with clouds. I still think it would be nice to... In fact, I might even use a warm red this time to bring warm... Or no, do I want to do that? Just looking at the way that he did this here. It does look like this is a bit more of an orange, and then he's reserving this bright, warm red right out of the tube for this area. That's interesting. Okay. Good to note. I might actually... That's one of the things. Sometimes it's... I'm just talking about myself. That's the only brain I know. I can get confused by things like this. I think like, oh wow, look how red this painting is. Look how red that sky is. And it's because, well, you've got this bright red happening here, and there is the outline around there. But really, the majority of this painting is kind of orange and brown and green. So the way that this painting actually glows red is because that area right in the middle. So I have to make sure I'm looking at the right place. So let's blow dry this again. Well, it looked a little bit better before I blow dried it. It has, as that water evaporated, I see a little bit more, because some of that paint is a little bit clear, fairly thin. As it evaporated, the water inside, some parts got a little bit darker and some got a little more transparent. So I'm going to take this color and do another layer right in the middle here. You know, I just want to paint this, but you know, I'm thinking, you know what, Michael? Just take 30 seconds and blow dry this so that when you try to blend those things, we don't have a disaster. Okay, so I'm gonna listen to that voice in my... Oh yeah, much better. I'm so glad I did that second coat. Okay. I mean, it's not perfect, but good enough. Okay, so I'm going to take this orange. Ooh, nice. Let's look at the original side by side here. Should I just let that go? Rid of this ridge there. Okay. You know, there is, you know, as I see, there's little bits here where it's not a perfect, like, digital transition. It's a little bit But you know what? First of all, I shouldn't be worrying about perfection. Second of all, that happens in nature too, right? And it's, sometimes you've got a really nice sky that transitions beautifully from one color to another, but sometimes you do see kind of striations of colors in the sky, just depending on the humidity and what particles might be in the air. And okay. I think it might be okay to move on. Did I just blow dry that? I can't remember. Did I just paint that? I find myself sometimes wondering. Okay. So now maybe I'm gonna I still think this is my foreground layer, right? Let's go. Was this background layer 2, or is this still background? So I don't know if I did a background pass number 2. If I did, then this would be background pass 2B or something. I think I'm going to just transition from painting the sky to now trying to paint the clouds and things in the sky. It's still kind of wet, but that's okay because I'm not worried about now doing soft blending. I'm just going to be painting over top of it. I mean, ideally, if I was taking my time, that would work well. Barbara says, Michael, thank you for the masterclass in blending colors. As always, it's awesome to watch you work. I'll catch the rest of the feed tomorrow, guys. Definitely off to sleep now. Don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody. Thank you, Barbara. I really appreciate that. So let's work on this cloud. What does that cloud look like? Well, I think this cloud wants to be a big, bright red. And I'm probably going to paint it like warm red. And I'm probably going to start by adding a little bit of white into this red to overpower a bit of the color that's underneath. I might be able to get away with painting warm red on top of here. In fact, let's just do a little test. Oops, sorry. That's actually okay. Okay, so got all of these brushes here. I'll clean that up later. I'm going to take my warm red. And I'm going to paint it where my cloud is here. So to seeing these things on camera. Okay. Let's make sure I'm focused here. I'm just kind of going back and maybe just adding a few little bumps and things here, so it doesn't just look like one big puffy cloud is like the way that, you know, maybe a cartoon would do it. I want it to kind of look a little bit wild and uneven. So I was originally contemplating painting all of this like kind of a pink and then painting red back over top of it, because I was worried that the red would be too transparent and just look kind of dull. But I think, especially in contrast to these other colors that are already here, even if this red is not as bright as maybe a red might be right out of the tube, it's pretty bright. Now, one thing I do want to be careful about, do I want to leave any color coming through the red? Like, as intense as some of this gets here, there might be a little bit of the underlying color I want to come through there. It's kind of hard for me to see. I actually need to zoom back out. Sometimes when I get too close in, I find it hard to kind of see. So oh, I forgot the streak. Ah, I should have done that first. Darn it. Okay, I can still do it, but I should have... How did I miss that? You know what? I'm just going to... Let's just move forward here. I was going to be really careful about how to paint this interior. I think whatever I do is going to be fine. Sometimes I overthink things and make things way more complicated than I need to. Even though I'm going to paint this thing, I'm going to put this here anyway. Oh, how did I miss such an obvious thing? That thing in the background. Ah. Okay, what color are those stripes back there? I think it's like some kind of a peach color or something here. It's like a white. Yeah, it's a peach. It's very subtle. I mean, it looks pretty bright there, but it's pretty subtle. So I'm going to paint this with glazing fluid and be very thin. In fact, that's, you can almost, he didn't use glazing fluid because you don't really have glazing fluid per se in oil paint. It's just adding a little bit more um, like alkyd or turpentine, linseed oil kind of things there to kind of thin it out a little bit. But essentially he's painting very transparent, and I can see those little brush strokes, so looks like he noodled around in there for a little while. Okay, so we want probably a cooler. Actually, you know what? I was gonna mix this paint, but I could probably use an existing color here, because peach is just is like orange plus white. So let's see if I can, in fact, get away with the color I've already got here. I think there's a bit of blue in here, making it a bit brown. But we'll see. Ah, darn it. Not on camera. So I think that's what he did. I just took a little bit. Basically, this is the exact same color I had right here, and I just scooped some of it off here, put it to the side, added, you know, just a small amount of white, because as I said, like, I'm gonna glaze with this, and I think being a little bit cautious here when you're doing clouds, you want that level of transparency, because the more kind of bold you are with those clouds, unless it's like big rain clouds, the more it's going to kind of look cartoony. So I always wonder how this, you know, mat that I stand on, it's like to help you with your knees. It always seems to move all over. Maybe I just put some duct tape underneath it, and that would do the job. I don't even think I traced these lines. That's probably one reason why. In fact, before I do this, I think I'm going to blow dry it, and then maybe even put a little piece of tape across here, or try to do a little line work so I can see where that goes. So let's look at these here. So I've got, this one's gonna come through here. So it's sort of like there, right? Let's make sure, okay. It's very transparent. But I guess more glazing fluid in there than I thought. And then where does the other one pop out? So it kind of goes not straight. And in fact, I want to be as careful as possible. I don't want anything anywhere near straight. Otherwise, if it's not straight, it's probably, I don't know about you, but that kind of stuff drives me crazy. You know what? I think I gotta get more of this line in and thicken it a bit. Okay. And then this one. There's a few little clouds all by themselves. Actually, there's a few little red ones too. Okay, let's blow dry that, and we'll do it maybe a little bit of a second layer. Okay, I feel like now that I've got that established, I can zoom in a bit more. So I probably don't want to be painting over top of every part of these clouds, right? We want some areas that are going to be a little bit more opaque than others. It does look a little bit brighter on camera. My painting looks brighter on camera than it is in real life. He's got a few areas where it's like these clouds are a bit. There's little holes in the clouds too. Or not, maybe not. Well, I guess holes. I'm gonna paint that red over top, but put a little bit of white there is gonna help make that stand out a little bit. Okay, let's blow dry again. So yeah, I might want to make that brighter later, but I'm gonna just move on from it right now, so I'm not just fiddling with that forever. You know, I think I'm pretty close. I think his sky is darker up here for sure. Right? So, I mean, I could, you know, if I really wanted, I could glaze back down over top, but that would be probably way more effort than needed. So, do I want to do the cloud next? Or come back down to the ground? See how yellow my hand is. It looks like I'm very sick all of a sudden. I just have this tendency to kind of wipe my brush off of my hand. I don't know where that came from. Okay, I think what I want to do next, I want to paint a little bit. I'm just going to take the same brown that I had up here, that I painted going across the center of the picture, previous layer. I want to paint that in on the edges. I'm going to blow dry that. Let's do that one more time. It's interesting, it almost gets darker and then lightens up. Mine might be a little bit too bright now that I see it. But I'm going to leave it like that for right now. I want to start painting that yellow, or do I want to do the cloud next? I could see myself glazing a little bit of darker color on those edges. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take some of my warm yellow and I'm going to glaze in the center here. So I'm going to fade my warm yellow out, and then I can progressively do glazes where I get closer to white and maybe even some cool yellow back in here. So let's start with glazing fluid and warm yellow. Right, very thin coat of paint here. I'll blow dry that. So I'm just adding more yellow to my glazing fluid. Technically, I could just keep on adding layer after layer after layer of the same glazing fluid without any additional yellow in there. And I could do 40 layers of this. I'm just, a little bit impatient. Therefore, that's why I'm bungled that up a little bit. One thing, just looking at the original, it does look like he's got actually a bit of warm red. It kind of builds up in intensity right in here. I don't know if I need to do that. Maybe, do I want to or not? If I'm gonna do it, I should do it right now. Okay, let's do a little bit of it. Okay, I'm just gonna take my glazing fluid. Let's put some warm red. Okay, that's kind of cool. muted there temporarily. Okay. So it's, what do I want to do, the cloud or the foreground? I feel like this needs a little bit of work. So I'm going to come down here, noodle around here, because I think it might be satisfying to finish with the cloud, since that's kind of, I think, blocked in well enough. So... make sure the audio's on. Okay. Now what I want to do is I'm gonna paint the far shore and then the near shore, and then that means then I'll have the cloud and the sun as my remaining main features of this painting. Easier. I mean, there's still still a lot of work to do. I guess on the bottom of this painting, it is all in kind of silhouette. So, we try to decide how much detail we do want to put in here. It does look like he's gone pretty quickly. Okay. So let's go back. I'm going to take my... take my warm red and warm blue. Get this nice dark color here. And before I kind of just was pretty sloppy with the way that I put these lines in. This time I want to be a little bit more careful. In fact, actually, I want to paint red, even a little bit of white. Now I'm just going to go back and paint all of this with bright, warm red right out of the tube. I mean, you know what the easiest, instead of trying to noodle around here, let's just, I'm just going to brush paint wherever it goes over top of that pink. It's just going to get a little bit more saturated. So let's, now that I've got that, let's start painting in, remember I mixed this about 5 minutes ago, this dark purpley color. It's my warm red with warm blue. It's basically about as dark as I can go without making a black or brown, right? See how nice that contrast is. Ah, it's beautiful. Okay, that's good enough to get started. Now I'm going to glaze a little bit with this. Take that same color. I'm just going to mute, or not mute it, make it just a little less saturated, a little bit less dark. Now I could just use more red in here to lighten it up. But I'm just going to use glazing fluid just because I like the texture of this kind of thinner paint. So what this is going to do is just create different kind of levels of shadow. Some that are going to be way darker, which is going to suggest objects that are more solid. Bigger. Possibly even like flat areas, places that are getting some light or even reflected light, but not the brunt of the light. Let's blow dry that. Ah! Got this blob of paint somewhere. I may even wash my hands here shortly. Just since they are pretty dirty. There's Goodman in the chat. Hello, everyone. Nice haircut, Mr. Markowsky. Thank you very much, my friend. I think I'm gonna bring a little bit of this pink back. So I might even mix a black and put that in a few places here, but I'll wait till I get to that. What I want to do now is the far shore, which is the same color, but we're going to put a bit of white into it. Careful with how much white I use. Oh, it's a little bit much. So now I've got this kind of purple. Why did I, did I put glazing fluid in that, or why is it so transparent? I put a bit too much white in here. blow dry that. And I'll probably just paint back over it with a little bit darker paint. Just add a little bit, try to drown a bit of that white out. Try that again. Starting to come together. It's starting to come together. You know, it's like earlier on in this painting when it's, you know, I'm doing those layers of color in the background. It's like, oh man, I feel so far from this where we're at right now. But, you know, you just keep moving forward. Don't get discouraged. Putting a little bit of this same color that I've got in on that far shore into the this area right up front here. Okay. That might be good enough for the bottom for now. I think I want to come back and put some darker colors on there eventually. Goodman says, I always watch your videos before I sleep. It's like children waiting for their father to make them sleep. And there's Abdullah. AMD Abdullah says, hello, sir. How's your day going? Good. Well, this morning I woke up with a bit of a sore stomach, and and last night I couldn't fall asleep very well, but I think I might just had a little bit of food poisoning or something. My daughter and I went to a baseball game here in Vancouver. There's a local baseball team. They're professional, but they're not top level or anything, but it's always fun to go. It's just kind of a neat little... A lot of people in Vancouver like to go. It's basically just sit around. It's like watching cricket. I went to my first cricket game when I was in Australia back in December. And I think, baseball is obviously derived from cricket. And I think in many ways, both of those games are just partly just reasons to hang out with your friends, because the games go so slow that there's often very little action until all of a sudden there's a lot of action. So I think my daughter and I might have overdone it on the chocolate and ice cream, and tried to spoil her a little bit. So I think, and surprisingly, she had like 5 big mouthfuls of ice cream and was like done. And I'm like, got this melting ice double scoop. I'm like, okay, no wonder Daddy's so big. I guess I'll be eating the rest of the ice cream. Okay, I'm loving how this looks. Still some work. We've maybe got the most important part, which is the light coming through the clouds there. This also looks brighter in person, or sorry, on camera than it is in person. It's not quite as dark as what you see on the left of the original image, but we're pretty close. I'm just going to wash my hands because I'm starting to kind of get paint all over my painting from my dirty hands, so I'm going to mute this. Okay, rocking and rolling here. I'm feeling great about this. Yeah, I mean, there's still a few little things I want to do down there, but I mean, I'd say about like 85% finished the foreground, meaning my remaining area is the cloud up top here. So now what I want to do is I want to come back to the background and paint the sun bursting through this cloud, which is probably the most exciting part of this painting. Could be the most intimidating part of the painting for some people, but I think it's probably pretty straightforward. I mean, I'm not too worried about it, and I wouldn't worry so much about it if I was you. So, and I also left this to last because I think it is kind of the most exciting part of this painting. So, kind of, I always try to think of, you know, if there's a part here, where do I want to end this painting? Which is generally where I would normally end it, but there is a little bit of showmanship involved in this whole thing, trying to find, you know, whether it be the eyes or a face or some text or something in there that kind of seals the whole thing. Okay. So basically what we're going to do is mix, well, we'll start with this kind of green, which actually, no, you look at it, it's very close to my background, the green I had in the sky to begin with. It's like a greenish brown. This time, though, I'm going to be using warm greens. I could use the same one, but I kind of want to make that cloud kind of pop forward. So we're going to mix a greenish, a warm, well, or I could just use this color, since I've got a bunch of it left over. Let's mix it again just for the camera. I mean, no sense in just trying to, because that paint's been on that palette for about 2 hours, or it's probably going to get a little gummy. Guess I don't need more of that. What am I looking for? Okay. Let's take our warm blue and warm yellow. It's going to be mostly warm yellow. You can see as I just start mixing the blue that was on here. Let's put some red in here. This will make it go more brownish. Okay, I think you know what? I'm just going to add a bit of my warm blue to this color as well. I was kind of hoping that would go a little, make it go a bit more black. You know what, I am going to mix a little black here, because I'm going to use it anyway. So taking my cool yellow, cool blue, and then some warm red here. Mix this together to make a black. Okay. Add this black into this color. Now that, it's one of these things you look at it and like, okay, now the more I look at that, it doesn't look green at all. It looks more red. Okay. So let's put more red back into this. That's a weird thing about painting is like, you can look at a color and you're like, okay, I'm pretty sure that's, and then you're like, wait a second, that's not the right color. Look at it again and again. Okay, I think there is this green in here, and so we'll paint with it. I'm gonna start up higher with this color. And obviously we want to leave this kind of little halo around the edges here. adding a little bit of glazing fluid just to make this paint just a little bit more transparent. It's already pretty transparent, but... And that's without actually putting any glazing fluid in it to start. But as I cross through the center there, I want a little bit more transparency. Back out and see that. I'm not sure how well that's showing up on camera on my TV preview screen going out to the interwebs. It looks terrible, but in person it looks better. I swear it looks better. It's... Okay, now just taking a little bit more of my black, and that's actually quite a greenish black anyway, so which is kind of perfect for this, but just taking a bit of that. This is black with much less green in it. I want to try to make sure I'm not just painting with black, though, over that cloud, because it's going to make that cloud look too close. I want to save any black for the very bottom down here. I'm kind of painting inside some of these shapes, you know, leaving a little halo around them as I go get smaller and smaller. But sometimes I'm actually going right to the edge. So some have you know, a little halo of the lighter color all the way, well, mostly around it, and then other times, depending on where it's located, I go no edge. dry that. I'm looking at the sun here, trying to figure out how did he do that? How do I do that? I'm just gonna clean these brushes off. I feel like I might have darkened that cloud too much. I think I want to glaze with my warm red over top of this cloud. one thing is painting this red back over top here actually darkens it a little bit, makes it a little bit more like a black. But I think that's an improvement. I liked the green that was there, but a little bit too much. That's cool. Now that does look more ominous. I'm going to blow dry that, and I'm actually going to maybe do that again, but add a bit of yellow in this and turn this into a bit more of an orange rather than because I might just lighten it up a bit. I don't want to put white in there. White is too intense. White's going to make it look... I want to lighten this color without using white. I think that's the secret here. Oddly enough, a little bit of that yellow almost seemed to transform these, bring the green back out. So I'm just going to paint back some warm red back. Now, that looks lighter on camera than it is in person. Definitely nowhere near as bright or yellowy in person. Okay. I think that is better though. It's it pushed those clouds back a little bit. They were a little bit too dark, and that was competing with the foreground elements. So I've just kind of tempered that down without using gray, without using white, right? Not that there's anything wrong with that. So now let's start getting our sun in place. So we'll take glazing fluid and yellow. And this is my cool yellow as well. Not sure why I'm using cool yellow. Oh no, this is my warm yellow. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm like, it's an interesting strategy, Michael. He didn't do what I'm doing right here, which is to put some of this warm yellow right on some of these foreground shapes. And we'll see, you know, I might change my mind about that, but I kind of like how it looks like that. I can always paint that back red if I want. So I just added some white to my warm yellow to paint the sun here. Maybe I should zoom in. Now, I know these rays are going to be red. Let's bring that back. Let's blow dry that. Okay. Now let's take glazing fluid, warm red, this is tricky, getting these last details. I mean, this is, you know, this part of the painting is what makes this artist one of the greatest of all time. I mean, this is, you know, one of his last paintings, really his last masterpiece. And Kuindzhi is like throwing it all in here, trying to just blow our minds. And he's doing a pretty good job, blowing my mind at least. See, it's closer to what, I mean, I think it's hard for me to tell on camera what it looks like versus how it appears to me. I mean, okay, I think I'm going to leave the clouds for right now. I'm very close to being done this painting. I think I just want to add a little bit more black to the foreground to contrast with the cloud. I like how it looks. It's a little bit different than the original, but I think we're pretty close. And again, one of the great artworks, I think, of all time. So, and certainly one of the greatest landscape painters of all time. So what we're just going to do is darken the bottom. Maybe, do I have some black? I might need to make a little bit more black. And we'll put that around the sides here, just to kind of give a bit of a vignette effect almost. And really pull, I mean, the foreground feels closest to us, but like we just want to amp it up even more. Oops. There's Kathy says, wow, I missed this one. Busy day and expected a class to be tomorrow. My bad. How's everyone? Sandra, you're still here. Congrats in order. It's 12:30 in the morning over in Ontario. Whew. Getting close to winding this one down. Okay. So it's not quite a black. Let's just, I don't need much of it. I just need, so that's a bit of a green. Let's see if I can salvage. It's not the perfect black. Probably, I'm just checking to see how dark it is in relationship to everything else. Probably good enough. Actually, just before I start glazing with it, I'm just gonna... It is actually a little bit lighter. You know what? I'm going to break out my actual black. This is why I like making my own black, because I can paint the whole painting, and if I get to a point where I'm like, you know what, I still need to go darker, then I've got it. I can go darker. I've got it right here. Versus painting with black throughout the painting, as probably most artists do. Often you find yourself, you know, like if you've already used black and it needs to get darker, you're screwed. Right? You can't make black blacker than black. I mean, I guess maybe if you use Vanta black, which is like this recent invention. So here I can paint and paint, and then if I actually need it to get even darker, I'm like, okay, well, let's just break the black out. Probably said before, but for me, it's sort of like a fire extinguisher or something. It's like, okay, only in case of emergencies do I need it. And wow, yeah, it's really, now it's pulling these forms way much closer to me. Exactly what I want to happen here. Maybe let's just say, I'm not even looking at the original. That's just before I go too wild. What are we looking at here? Looks like there's some kind of little shrubs and things. So I'm just sort of dabbing little details around here, just trying to almost just give the illusion of detail. Just going to take a bit of medium, glazing medium and black. In fact, let's ooh, that's working well. It's now all of a sudden, it's odd. The weirdest thing is by putting the black at the bottom down here, by putting the black at the bottom, all of a sudden the paintings seem to get more red. And obviously I'm not adding more red, I'm adding black to this. But it's because this contrast is amping up so significantly that it actually makes the red appear more intense. This is the perfect example of what I was talking about, that I sometimes talk about, of, sometimes people focus too much on one area where it's all colors in relationship to one another. So instead of working on that color, working on the colors adjacent to it, around it, will actually modify the color that you're so frustrated with, or that I'm so frustrated. I'm not that I'm frustrated with it, but okay. I think I'm just going to add a few more little specks and blops and stuff into the shadows. If I was really wanting to spend a lot more time, I would really do details all across here, so that when I glaze, I would see texture. In fact, I'm just going to do kind of that. I'm going to add because there is quite a lot of texture that I've built up, not really purposefully, elsewhere. That's better, because I can see the light kind of hitting that texture, those edges. And so I don't want to make it look like, oh, there's this rocky outcrop and then everything else is very smooth on either side. Like, it actually reminds me of a piece. I think it was as a painting I made in first year art college, undergraduate. And I remember I did a painting of some trees on a hill that were silhouetted. I probably still have it somewhere in my parents' house, like in a closet somewhere. And I remember what I did is I was trying to paint hills or trees on the side of a hill, and it wasn't working, so I just was like, you know what, I'm just going to turn this into a silhouette. And I just started darkening things down. And I remember, and I was kind of like, well, it's not terrible, but, it's about the best I could do given the circumstances. And I remember bringing it to school the next day, and the teacher just loved it. And like told everyone, come and take a look. And I think we had a critique of it. Come and take a look what Michael's done here. And I felt really embarrassed because I was like, ooh, don't show. It's like, I really just, it's a failed painting. end up, but I didn't say what I was intending to do because he just sort of started talking about it. But, it really stuck in my mind is like, oh, because I think he said at the time, like here's an example. Instead of just being a solid black shape, there's color, there's detail in there. And that makes for a much more satisfying experience as a viewer, because you feel like if I look close enough, I'll start to see those details. Okay. So, yeah, I have no idea how this is coming across on camera. It doesn't look very good at the moment on camera. It might look better on your computer at home, hopefully, at least. Doesn't quite have the majesty of Kuindzhi's, but I think that's about as much as I can do. Not bad time-wise, I guess. I mean, obviously I'd like it to be done a couple hours ago, but okay. So we have reached that time of the episode where we're going to compare these paintings side by side. I think this one turned out pretty good. Oh, I just realized I was planning on... you know what? I'm going to leave that. Yeah, okay. We'll talk about it as we go here. I think it's going to be fine. Well, we'll see. Okay. Just before we do that, please hit like, subscribe, and the notification button so you know when future episodes are taking place. Usually I do classes on Tuesday nights. I think for the next month or so I might be doing on Monday nights, just while I'm teaching some summer school classes at the university I teach at. So kind of my schedule's a little bit different than it normally is. Also, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, $1, $5, $10, the price of a cup of coffee or a hamburger, please consider leaving a donation using the PayPal link down there below. You can send an e-transfer or a check in the mail. To contact me through my email, to send an e-transfer or a letter or check or whatever it might be, my email's on my personal website and on the Facebook group. Those links are down below. Well, not under here, but in the video description below there. You can use the YouTube Super Chat, but YouTube takes like 40% of what you donate. But I'm always grateful for any support, absolutely. So, let's look at... these side by side. Now that again, I think when I cup my hands over it, it looks a little bit different. It's funny, like, after painting, I'm like, oh, it looks great. And then I look and I'm like, yeah, not so good. But I think partly what's happened here is my camera, I boosted all of the reds, I think by like 5 or 8%. So that my skin wouldn't look as pale. I don't really have that pale of skin, but I think because of all the bright lights, I just added a bit of warmth. So it always seems that whenever I use a lot of red like this, the details seem to disappear and we can't really see it for what it is. But I think on its own, when I'm just looking at it hovering over here, I'm actually really pleased. Like, for instance, I'm really happy with this kind of purple stripe going across here. It's nice because we've got these greens. Again, I don't even know if you could see that green. We've got green and brown and orange and red, and then we've got our black and dark crimson colors here. In the cloud, we've got this kind of little dark reddish color again, but it's a little bit less intense because I added glazing fluid to lighten it. So, you know, I think also this painting is going to look really nice, you know, especially as with lower light, if we dim the lights down. Okay, let's start, let's say bottom left here. Okay, so this is what I was just talking about. Maybe I could very lightly glaze on the sides there. The dark brown. Do I want to do that, or can I just walk away? Let's just try a tiny bit of it. I'm going to take my brown that I actually used for that side. I'm going to put it here. Let's take a bit of black. Needs to get a bit darker. Ooh, that's intense. Big glop of paint there too. Going to do the same thing on the other side. Yeah, I think this is a good idea. Yeah, that's okay. I'm just going to blow dry that real quick, and I might just do it a little bit more. Okay. So again, I'm not sure how visible that is, but just darkening, I even went a little bit on that purple. I feel like that's better. It just helps enclose the painting a little bit. You know, we've got bookends on either side, and because also the bottom here is darker, I feel like that was necessary. I think I could even go a little bit more, but I think that's good enough. At some point you gotta know when to fold them. I like also there's a little bit of texture down here. As I said, I was doing that right near the very end, just so it didn't look all too smooth in here while I've got lots of texture elsewhere. We'll come back, we'll do the sun last here. Same sort of texture stuff on this side. Just darken that. I feel like that helped. You can see how much darker his is in this area, but as I said, at some point, I think it's totally fine the way it is. Let's scroll down, look at these clouds. You know, my clouds look really patchy and semi-transparent right now. It's a little bit like that in person, but nowhere near as it appears at the moment. You know, the brightness on the ISO on the camera is cranked up a bit, just so you can see things in the darker areas. So, in fact, let's So let's say the painting's a little bit closer to that in person. It still looks maybe a little bit funky, but... Okay, let's look up to the top here. You can see, you know, I've got a little bit more... I like this bit of actual green there. It's much brighter than his, but it just lends kind of a really nice color. You know that I kind of like my color. I like when it's a little bit brighter. Let's just go all the way to the left there. Same thing. I mean, this could be darker. I don't mind it like that though. I think obviously if the sky was darker, it would make the glow of the sun even brighter, right? Because you'd have more contrast. Maybe let's just start top cloud here. So it's kind of a little bit more what it looks like. I think it's pretty good. I think, you know, I probably should have gone a little bit closer to the edges of the clouds, but I think, you know, I think it's okay like that. I mean, his painting is substantially larger than mine. You know, 53 inches by 74 inches. You know, that scale is about the size of a sheet of plywood. In fact, it's a little bit taller, just a little bit shorter, or less wide, a little bit taller. So it's almost, you know, in terms of height, higher than you can even reach with my arms stretched. Right, 53 inches. That's pretty tall. And then wide, it's beyond my arm length, even if I stretch my hands edge to edge wide enough. So, you know, that's probably how much red there actually is on his painting, but on mine, it just looks like, wow, there's a big ring around. So we just have to keep our expectations in check here. And then let's, kind of the bottom here, the light as it kind of glows across. As I said, I mean, he did use a purple. I kind of amped the purple up on this far shore here. And it looks like he's got little details, maybe even tiny buildings and things down there. You know, there's no need for me to do all of that. Right? I was even considering adding a tiny bit of white into that spot in the center. I'm not going, well, but I am just going to add just another layer of warm yellow right out of the tube. And I think that looks good. It's just to kind of really make it glow. The brightest thing in that whole painting. You know, this is pretty bright down here as well, but I don't think there's any pure warm yellow down there. Okay. I feel pretty good about that. You know, considering I yammered on for an hour, you know, so this painting basically took about 4 hours to complete from beginning to end with a little bit of conversation. And there's I could certainly spend more time on it, but I don't think it's going to get much better at all. So this is a good place to wrap up for the end of the day. Okay, everyone. Well, thank you once again for painting with me and being here on this journey. Again, if you're making art or even just enjoying art, appreciating art, going to museums and art gallery, buying art from your local artists, you are doing the world a favor. Anything that you can do that to help inject creativity into your community, into your local, neighborhood, friendship circle or family, you are doing the world a huge favor. I think I'm convinced of the power of art, and the more people who are making art and have that positive creative outlook, the happier our world would be. And I don't have to tell you all the things going wrong with the world right now. And I just think, man, if everybody had a paintbrush or a saxophone, a clarinet, or a book of poetry, we would be living in a happier place. So thank you so much for doing your part to make our world a little bit better. We'll see you guys very soon. Have a wonderful evening or morning, wherever you happen to be on our beautiful planet. We'll see you again soon. Good night.